Cześć Zanok, coś Pantera. Cześć Kar. Streamy, filmy na disco. No i w sumie... Kurde, można było trochę diabła porobić, ale... No nie wiem, jest za 6. Pięć 40. Cztery 50. Cztery 40. Dobra, zobaczymy, kiedy skończę mieszać herbatę. Cztery 20. Nie, to już bez sensu włączać Diablo przed pokazem. Ale to wolno leci, jak się nic nie robi, tylko się patrzy na licznik, nie? To jest ogólnie najwcześniejszy pokaz w PO1, jaki robią. O godzinie 20. Ciekawe, start ligi zresztą też będzie o 20. Widziałem, oglądałem chwilę, mówię o jakimś daście z T-Zero. No wrzucili wczoraj dwa uniki. Co to, Nadine ogląda PoE? Mówił, żadnego PoE, ja teraz w Diablo siedzę, Diablo, a jednak będzie oglądał, ciekawe czy będzie grał. 100% język polski? No ta. Dobra, czekajcie, bo nie ma ekranu. Nie macie ekranu. Tak wygląda moja lista followów. Path of Exile jest w kategorii Path of Exile, ciekawe. Shroud w Maratona, Zis Poe, Landmark Maraton, DM Poe, Rue Poe, Ben Poe, Empyrean Poe, Rax Poe, Maciejczak Poe, Pigeon Poe, Pox Poe, Connor Poe, Youngroan Poe, Nadine Poe, Areo Poe, Carnarius Poe, Miracle Poe. Ej, co jest? Kapitan Lance jest offline? A co on robi? Cześć Groszek. Mieszałem herbatę, czat, czy nie? Tyle poeż, aż gejowo się zrobiło? Nie wiem, jakie masz preferencje, ale nie ma nic bardziej heteroseksualnego niż Path of Exile. Jak pijesz, to mieszałeś? No właśnie nie, bo czasem zaczynam pić i mówię niepomieszane. Idealnie wstałeś, chłop się budzi o 20. No nie, no, grzmuci mir. Czy ty jesteś po jakimś cugu narkotycznym? Było 17, po szkole się położyłeś do łóżka i zasnąłeś? Wrócą mercowie w tej lidze. Tak, bo jeden z uników, którzy pokazali, działa na nearby tych Alice'ów. To jest właśnie sneak peek. Co ciekawe, nie będzie Jonathana dzisiaj na pokazie.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers.
A nie, dobra, na Q&A na żywo. Na Q&A go nie będzie.
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out
to
1
jest
week from
nagrane.
now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn
Bridge?
in an astral plane.
Nowy bridge!
Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Gracz ma Soul Eatera na... O kurwa. More Rarity, okej. 3 dodatkowe Atlas Bossy?
An ancient evil yearns for his freedom.
Sirius?
We must keep him in the dark.
Dual Strike? Co? Czemu inbound? Co się zmieniło? Fracture Atlasu? What? Dawaj, opowiadaj. Bo tam za szybko to migało wszystko.
In today's stream we'll take you on a deep dive
Pacznący,
into Path of Exile Mirage,
pacznący,
where you'll unravel
pacznący.
ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful
Pacznący.
rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also
Gdzie
significant
pacznący?
in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST.
2 PM
So let's get
PST,
started.
patch notes o
I'll hand
której?
things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
2
Hi,
PM
I'm Mark
PST.
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers
O
who have
23:00
lingered in the shadows
patrzący.
for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Afaru's
Bleedbow.
necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marakith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy,
To tak jak
we
w
mean that
Cruciblu.
quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers
Panie-
that will apply to the mirage area
Dropią
and have some pretty
portal
potent
i Wisdom
outcomes.
Scroll dropią od razu jako
There are
currencies.
wishes that grant extra rewards,
Monstery
such as the
konwertują
wish for
equipment to
glyphs,
gold.
which causes all
więcej
portal
map.
and wisdom scrolls in the mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies.
Im więcej mów,
Such
tym
as the
lepiej.
wish for
No ale nie jak
avarice,
musisz drugi
which
raz tę
replaces
samą
a number
lokację
of packs
lecieć,
in
no.
the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the mirage, such as the wish for souls
Soul Eater.
or the wish for godhood, which
Additional
allow you to
bronze
consume the
jewel.
souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked
Nie ma
with the
znaczenia,
sigil
czy jedną
of one
mapę
of
musisz
3
dwa razy
powerful
robić.
djinn. The Sand
Aha.
Djinn, Fire Djinn, or Water Djinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max-leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
Co jest, kurwa, co?
Only one skill that is
7
imbued this
L-ki
way
będziemy
can be
mieć?
socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
for you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Afarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again,
No jedną mapę 2 razy robisz.
legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new sinistral or dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a
No to
chance
do
to
tej
be
pory nie było
replaced by a
katalistów na
thaumaturgic
sufiks albo
hourglass.
prefix, tylko były tam, że
powerful
atak,
magical
caster,
device that your
resist.
Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be
Chłopie, loot
anointed,
filtr włącz,
causing it to
kurna.
grant a passive tree notable of your choosing. As a quick note, Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too
Kraftujesz
much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarood are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh
Damage
blade
over time,
that has been tarnished
poison.
and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarood to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the
Ignite.
desert sun.
Ignite się
When you ignite
rozprzestrzenia na
monsters,
3 metry.
Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
A to
If
tak
you
jak
meddle with
ten.
the affairs of the Ufarood for too
Fulcrum.
long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive
Diamond
items,
Shrine buff.
yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him.
By no flask.
So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy
Righteous
skills.
Fire! Może.
In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples.
O.
With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth.
Kurwa, fajne.
Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also
Aha.
cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment.
Trzeba mieć power charge. O kurwa, ale to...
Sweep is an
Ale
old skill.
kliruje.
In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented
No,
in Path of
i
Exile,
nikim nie
over
gra.
15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep
Szkoda, że nie
will have
channeling.
hammers of light
Kurna.
batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These
No.
weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your
I
foes
mogą
with Shield
wszystkie
of Light,
jednego bossa
a
uderzyć?
retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to
Straszny delay.
inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame.
Holy League.
Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage. But only those who did not
Ciekawe, czy
inflict the Hallowing
testują
Flame
tym
are able
skille
to
dla
consume it.
Templara do PoE 2.
Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels,
Holy Ward? O,
and the
ciekawe.
Guardian Ascendancy class.
Zmienili Hollowing Flame on melee hit. You can inflict +1 Hollowing. Gain physical damage as lightning damage.
We also
Kurwa.
have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own.
No nie trzeba
You might
ringa
also
nosić
enjoy
teraz, no.
Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
No ciekawe.
Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta. So we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well,
Gramy Hierofantem
such as a pass on Bloodline
albo
classes,
Templarem.
expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem,
Ole no kurwia, co jest?
and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy
O,
classes,
Saboter.
this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the
Plus
level of all
auras.
your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widowhail greatly increases the
100%
bonuses gained
bonusu z
from your
Quivera.
quiver.
O kurwa, w połączeniu z
Or Martyr's
Widowhailem?
Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons.
Oho.
Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from
No
yourself.
to co
Or
pokazywali z
take
tym totemami,
Astromentus,
że...
simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, Hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame.
Salen będzie mocno grany.
With this expansion, we are aiming to
Zależy
liven up the
jakie
endgame,
ukryte tam są rzeczy.
giving players
Na
new
pewno nie pokazali
experiences,
tych najlepszych.
strategies
No.
to leverage,
Trzeba
and
czekać na patch
streamlining
notesy.
or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story.
No.
How she
I na
helped
końcu
defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from
zniszczyła
going
Atlas
mad
na
in the
końcu,
Atlas,
podpaliła
and
cały.
faced new threats pouring forth from it.
Czy wy w ogóle mieliście spalony Atlas na końcu? Zrobiliście w ogóle
There was
ten?
only one way forward, to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context
Wracamy
while
do
having a bit of a
Atlasu
trip
ze
down memory lane.
środka.
27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas,
Grałem w
we
to.
had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war.
No.
This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go. That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 Voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave
Po
the
to
Atlas
usunęli
together,
sekstanty,
severing
żeby
them.
przywrócić
With these new
sekstanty.
astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
Whoa.
When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device, in the right spot.
Fajne.
That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work, so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
Quantity 25%
Void
przy
Stones
pełnym
now
zaliczeniu,
grant
tak?
special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Void Stone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that
Oni
in the
zawsze
next
bez
section.
filtra, kurwa.
T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will it be
Wyjebali
incapable
action
of dealing damage
speeda,
periodically.
kurwa, z ten. Jezu, w końcu.
Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine,
Ale
this exile is
skurwęsyn.
not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some.
Jak
such as the
metamorf
Beyond
kiedyś,
Scarab
jak
of Resurgence,
złożyliście chłopa,
which
kurwa.
now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod.
Ooh.
Check out the new The Paths Not Taken Keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least,
O
we've also
kurwa.
made some changes to King's March shipping, such as
Nie!
we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back.
Że co zrobili?
Ports will now give more
Swap
rewards
co?
for favored resources. And you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration.
To w PoE2 jest
We
Grzebku.
mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new exceptional
0,4
support
szans
gems to drop
to
from
become
many bosses across the
Nightmare
Atlas.
map?
These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out.
Co to jest Nightmare map?
Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices
Cooldown
even at later
recovery?
levels and deep into the endgame.
Kurwa.
However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support,
Added cold
you are
equal
rewarded
to
for
reserve
stacking mana
maximum.
to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters.
No.
In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by
Toxic
any
Rain?
damage.
Tak, to jest rainowy skill.
But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you
Oh.
want.
No i gitara.
Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus.
Kurwa, no nie, powinna
Speaking
być
of
na
Atlas Tree
mapach
and Scarab
dopiero,
support,
no nie w
we've
akcie
added plenty.
6, no,
Here
dopiero na
are a few
mapach.
examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports.
Brydzi tak przegięty,
Such
no, ale
as
to znowu
the
w
Hiveborn
6
support,
akcie wszyscy będą biegać
which
z
summons an
sześcielkami
army of
i
breach minions
sześcielki
to do
będą...
your bidding when you use a supported
Weszło
offering
chyba.
skill. And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses and their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new Ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash
To
while you
widzieliśmy
have
w
the
tym
exchange
filmiku.
window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item.
Kurna, ale ten
If you then
atlas, nie
turn in
wiem.
another set immediately,
Nie wiem.
the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete, and a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs: the Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive
Co to za Gandalf,
microtransactions.
kurwa?
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Travelling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity.
O kurde.
Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom Unique Finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while travelling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a
Origami
fox,
takie, nie?
and then even burn away, reforming into a flying
Ten
bird.
pierścień, który pokazuje pnięte currency, to on kosztuje ze 100 punktów.
This series of packs also contains the Scroll
120
Portals,
chyba?
jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a
O
boundless desert.
kurwa, on go niesie? Ja pierdolę.
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Ale portale na mapy. O chuj.
The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst
Dużo
incarcerators.
lepszy skin robią i
They would
dużo
be sent
taniej
into
niż
the midst
pewna
of prison
firma.
riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets,
Nawet nie pamiętam jakie
causing
tam
them to
ceny
abandon
mają.
their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their
Patrz na ten
value?
map portal. Map
Harvest their
device,
souls
kurwa.
to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing
Ja
support.
pierdolę. I każdy portal zużyty, to mniej tych gości tam potem wisi, nie?
Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 a.m. New Zealand time, 2 p.m. Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Dużo kontentu ugotowali, tego się nie spodziewałem, kurna. Skin Rue fajny. Kurde, trochę było do przewidzenia. Ja nie wiem, wyście w ogóle pokonali wszystkich bossów w poprzedniej lidze? Mieliście spalony Atlas? A co? No bo właśnie to mogło trochę zwiastować, że coś zrobił z Atlasem, nie? Zabrakło ci 7 mapek? Nie, Grzmocimir, to nie chodzi tylko o zrobione mapki. Trzeba było pokonać wszystkich bossów tam endgame'owych na końcu. Dźwięk naprawcie. Mają. Octavian. To jest były streamer PoE, którego w ogóle GGG zatrudniło jako jednego tam, wiecie, z lepszych graczy, nie? I zresztą to on wprowadził tier 17, które teraz wyjebali.
No, I mean, I've been doing a lot, so we'll get into more details later probably, but the teams between PoE1 and PoE2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. You know, there's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, you know, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. You know, it's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents
Chłopcy się zmienił, widać game dev.
The team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for, you know, PoE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole like team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew.
Będzie długa lektura. No o 23 chyba patchnoutsy mają być.
Thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch. You know, we'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, you know, stepping up and seizing control and having that like X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and you know, pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product.
Miałeś robić figura. Ja pewnie znowu parę postaci zrobię, się pobawię, kurde.
All of a sudden, yeah, with Octavian's, you know, just like
dalej żyje. 57.
So here's where we are, and it's this real awesome story where now, you know, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you know, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, you know, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, you know, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, you know, with Jonathan's obviously still in the picture.
Był zrobiony? Nie.
But you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and
Właśnie
Andrew,
zostawiłem na
all three of us
dzisiaj.
coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point, and so like, I mean, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and yeah, it's just it's bloody cool. While also makes things easier for me, you know. I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality.
To gramy, idę zakładać postać.
I mean, it's just an all-round win, and yeah, first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, sure. I
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm
Jaki
confident
mam
in the
ten
content and the
symbol?
expansion.
Bo to się zmienia
No,
po
it's real
kółku.
good. It's awesome. Yeah, like for sure. Like for if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. You know, and good. It's good, and obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and yeah, you know, sure, hopefully you are too. Yeah.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff from what I've been talking to him. Like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This is good content.
No, it's a big
These are
deal.
good
It's a
changes.
big deal. It's huge.
And yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff.
Secret drop.
But I love
Shadow
that you guys
drop
have
się
had that, like,
mówi.
same journey as well. Like,
Na takie sytuacje.
And Andrew too as well, right? Like it's players become QA, become game like designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
Yeah, kinda.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I mean, I still, play every expansion for, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4 and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded, I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there?
I don't see anything.
Where's
And
the
nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty.
Przycisz trochę.
Ground loot is a hot
kurwa
topic discussion
przycisz?
right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another.
Jak ja tu słucham.
I remember like as far back as like I was trying to find where for me the idea of where some of these things trace back to, and for me it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps when you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have
Płacę
various different issues. Some
wymagam.
people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people,
shoot,
like myself,
nie
for example,
jesteś
think
w
loot
sklepie,
tiles are
kurwa.
great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just.
Dobra, na Dubiela potrzebuję
Get right in there
te...
because I know what people actually want to
najlepiej
know is
to
what are you
te
doing
potki.
about it. So let's get to that straight away, which is at least for now, given that we have a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is.
Kurwa,
That's just the
laski nie
nature.
wziąłem.
If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is
That's
from
number
like,
one.
stuff that's dropping
From
outside.
core drops, as we
core
call
drops,
it. Yeah.
Podwoili
Not windows,
currency
not
z ground
tile
dropu
loot,
takiego.
whatever all the terminology is. Obviously, that will then by consequence diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot? Yes. That is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean, like?
Yes,
by
correct.
comparison?
As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionately.
Yeah,
in
just
their
like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. You know, when you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that since we're also making changes to the in-game around originator maps and all that.
No to co, spróbujmy tego Duriela, kurna.
There'll be more, generally more strands, they'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying, we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has a yes, so it's
Chyba
still
trochę
can
przelewelowałem.
if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
Który poziom trudności?
I think at this
Koszmar.
Whatever.
yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, you know, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Orby! Core drop jest
we're
są
doing a little
teraz.
bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Like, okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not like, you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. You know, obviously by end game, you don't need
Nie widać donaty. Nie,
thousands
spoko,
of
spoko,
them that
spoko.
exist already. So yeah, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something, you know? These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation. And, you know, the important thing is it's just like, there's a problem, fix the problem.
Ej, w sumie ja już nie potrzebuję potek na manę.
The thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it
Ja na pewno dwóch
you get
rzędów.
lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just
Trzeba
start
pobrać
making
POE
changes
i
and
w
start fixing
tydzień
the
nadrobić keepersów, ale keepersy się skończą we wtorek chyba. Wiesz, oni ligę zamykają zawsze kilka dni przed startem kolejnej.
Because of the fact that, you know, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to be doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And
Ej, może w końcu opłaci się po prostu biegać mapki.
Then yeah, we'll just
Po
keep
prostu
going.
zabijać moby na
You've obviously
mapkach.
got changes to
kurwa.
King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, I mean, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in windows. You know, and so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this
Po
idea
prostu
that,
ci
like,
przerzucą postać na tak, no na standard.
that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort
Maybe
of
not
in a way.
literally,
So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like,
That
you know,
is
normal basic
irrelevant.
equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That's now going, that weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into
konwersja bardziej
ideally now mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments of a scarab?
Ale żart przyjebał.
Double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's a difference between like economic changes
it's definitely
and things that you
I
feel,
agree. It's
yeah.
definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, you know, there's that juice up here, and there's that, like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you know, you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that, and so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can
Jak
do now
oceniasz
quite
poet
quickly,
walii go
because we know
ostatnio?
we understand the
Rozczarowałeś się druidem?
ramifications
Nie,
way more.
zajebisty był.
Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can
Nie no,
achieve that.
świetnie się bawiłem. Taką wywernę odjebałem. Kurwa, wspaniale było.
We've always wanted the idea
Tylko, że
that the
po
quality
prostu
of
wiesz, no
equipment
PoE2
is dropping better, but there's
nie ma
less
co
of
robić
it.
tam póki co, nie?
How can we achieve that? And
Ta gra jest dopiero w budowie.
it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these
Pograłem ze
ramifications
3
down the line, and it
tygodnie
just
i
goes
tyle,
and
nie?
goes
Starczy
and
mi.
again. So right now focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do
Jagiellonia
is,
wróciła i wygrywa 3-0?
you know, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map.
A to Jagiellonia
and then
grała
that,
z
once
Florentiną,
multiplied
czy
by
to?
every single league thing ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now
Ile tam
feel
było?
worse from an economic standpoint.
Oglądałem ten mecz u kumpla, ale
So, like,
piliśmy,
yeah, you have that thing where you
gadaliśmy,
need
nie
to give
pamiętam
something
wyniku w
there,
ogóle.
but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might, you know, overcook the nerf, you might
3-0
overcook the
było.
buff, you might undercook on either, you know. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like,
Ej, włączcie sobie streama PoE na Twitchu, no bo są dropy.
We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes.
Że dobrane,
Again,
no ja
I
też.
would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league.
Dobrane,
Like,
szybko
that's a
wyszło. Ta, bo
last
to oni tam
resort.
mieli chyba za
So
45
yeah,
minut
all of a sudden
oglądania
it's like
chyba,
buff
nie?
and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch
Za
of
darmo
people's
to
current
Jocy
economic
słodki?
wealth, that's good.
Kurwa,
but, look,
fajny
if it
ten,
isn't solved,
fajny weapon
then
effect.
329 will have more.
To nawet
so
nie
just
to,
make
że
sure
coś
you keep
hejowego
letting us
dali.
know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like often what happens is like a topic can be can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because.
We can check in HQ&A on this one.
Yeah, sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
For sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, you know, for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact.
Fajnie, że wrzucać te dropy można, trochę PoE2 pooglądasz, trochę zwykłego i zaraz skiny, no nie, no to jest kurwa coś wspaniałego. Że nie każą, nawet to co kupisz masz od razu do 2 gier, nie każą ci kupować tego samego kurwa do tego i do tego, nie?
It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without
Stasze,
needing
a no
those
stasze też, nie
scaling
tylko skiny.
mechanisms.
No, tak, wszystko w ogóle,
Gotta
wszystko.
have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. Or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
We do,
make
yeah,
those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
No, ground loot w PoE 2 jest zajebisty. Ja bez jakiegoś grania pojebanego rarity, najebanego wszystkich temach, muszę mieć rarity. Normalnie dropiłem bardzo fajnej ilości divine'ów. Mało tego. Na start poprzedniej ligi dropnął mi Kalantra stacz za chyba 10 divine'ów. Na start tej ligi dropnął mi Headhunter. Nigdy w życiu przez 5000 godzin w PoE nie dropnął mi Headhunter, ani Kalandra stacz, kurwa. PoE 1. Te itemy nie istnieją, kurwa, po prostu.
You also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know? So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. If you do
O, ja już na moczarach, ja nie chcę być na moczarach.
naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-loot tiled, but still
Poprzedniej lidze masa ludzi Headhuntera dropnęła, jakby drop zwiększyli.
Well,
Nie,
as you
po
can
prostu,
see, though,
kurwa,
also we've just done a lot
wygląda
of
normalnie
changes,
drop.
especially to existing systems,
Wystarczy,
like-
że grasz dużo mapek
We're not,
i prędzej
we're
czy
not
później
afraid
jakiś,
of-
kurwa,
I mean,
dobry unik tier 0 ci
items a bit
wypadnie,
more
po prostu.
scary, 'cause you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up.
W PoE 1
You
nie
know,
masz
but we're
szans,
not-
kurwa, na taki
Octavian's
unik.
not too afraid, it seems, to be able to suggest the crazy things that we,
bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and so we'll just keep doing it. But
I mean, you guys
no,
can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point, because now is the time when, like, we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners,
Yeah,
what are
that-
our minor headliners, and
I
so
usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems? What are the things we want to achieve? Not, and so, you know.
The hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk right now. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring
Yeah,
that
but
up.
now
I'm
you
like,
have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my question's ready for that topic. We'll to wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tile mechanic in the sense that it's like making
To
a
będzie
specific
drogie.
drop at it, it's random and it
Plus
doesn't feel
5
like
do
that at all.
skilli
So
łącznie.
it's, I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments.
Yeah.
Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328? So I mean, too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to care about the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
But we want more giga tinks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want
just
the thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
and
this.
Just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something
Która
I've
tam
never
jest
seen
minuta w
before,
ogóle?
and that
that's
is,
one of my
like,
favorite, like
up to 10,000 hours or whatever.
if we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right, yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion, weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
bosses could be a good.
Właśnie, bossowie w PoE1 PoE2 dużo lepiej dropią niż w jedynce.
Distinct pulls on each. Who knows? But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding.
Bossowie w PoE1 praktycznie nie dają lootu. Najbardziej wartościowym lootem z bossa w PoE1 to jak ci mapka wypadnie, kurwa, bo masz w atlasie wzięte, że ci wypadnie mapka, nie wiem,
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that
Sirusowa
factor,
czy
like, for
coś.
sure.
So you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense. That like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's
nie nerwić King's Marcha, bo ja chcę puścić 500 milionów statek, kurwa, w Legizze.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference.
Czyli zamienili crop.
Engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that.
Czyli znerfili.
I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different leagues.
But a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that...
Czyli teraz currency się nie żeby dostać nagrodę w currency, nie wysyłacie zboża, tego co na farmie wam, bo zboże na farmie wam się hoduje non-stop. Gra jest wyłączona, jeśli tylko macie złoto w King's Marchu, cały czas wam rośnie jedzenie. Rośnie, gromadzicie, możecie mieć grę wyłączoną przez 4 dni i za 4 dni macie zebranego, kurwa, żarcia z 4 dni. I oni teraz currency podmienili na ory, czyli zdobywasz tylko mapkując i faktycznie odhaczając te ory na mapach, tylko wtedy je zdobywasz i oni nie wykuwają, kurwa, w mieście. O kurna. Akurat jak chciałem puścić statek za 50 milionów, kurwa, wartości zboża. Bo strategia na 50 milionów, praktycznie masz gwarantowane mirror shardy.
You also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. You know, that's probably the direction to
Tobie
really
dobrze
go
dropiło?
ultimately.
Dla ciebie flaszka za
How that
30
will present
wajnów to dobry
itself,
lód?
TBD, but
A jaka
we'll just have
flaszka
to see
kosztuje
how
30
the
wajnów?
war and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
Yeah.
it's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I'm interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there. But now it seems like you're actually going to maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the, what is it called? The quota? Like the
I wypadła ci
the port wants a
z bossa
certain
na
number of
mapie.
resources.
Tak, robiłeś za mapkę i ci z bossa wypadła
has much more of
flaszka.
an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see, like, the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's, like, something that's, like, pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like
that's the
even
case
even
now.
if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have, you know, a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want. You know, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So, you know, make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot
Książę ogólnie o bossów.
gameplay.
Przecież kurwa, mówię, bossowie mapek, chłopie.
Than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all?
Ty to jesteś kurwa
Like, a
pantera.
lot of people feel like it circumvents like the the point of the boss, and
It
devalues
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
But
Not in
Yeah.
328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with you know, Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Ci mapkowi to faktycznie
Is there
chuja
a reason
dropili.
why, like,
No o tym mówię, że najlepszym lootem z takiego bossa z mapki to jak rzucił inną mapkę, kurwa, na przykład guardianową. To był najlepszy loot z bossa,
Yeah,
kurwa,
that would
mapka.
necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
didn't we do that at some? I swear.
like it.
Oh, we had.
Don't we have the
Ringing bells or something?
bosses?
Ej, ja
drop
dobrze te godzinę
their own keys
sprawdziłem?
for their own uniques?
Te
Wasn't
patchtonce
that
ma
the
być o
point of that?
23, nie o 22?
I could just be tripping.
Well, Voldo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like you know, fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
Too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like,
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me because like I thought you guys.
The
had
perils
done
of
that, but
continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. So
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Because again, whatever. I'm pretty. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be
like,
good to reassess the state
I
of
don't
it.
trust my short-term memory anymore. So.
Loom!
Oh, that might be long-term memory at this point, but all good.
the final-ish aspect of ground we're going to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, oh, you can never compete with like influence modifiers or other random like where you can jam things together. Create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about a few times in the past.
No
Like,
naprawdę
do
dźwigam
things
za dużo, trzeba się
make rares
cofnąć.
matter. I'm curious first.
Headhunter
why
w
isn't the tier
flaszce?
system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
Ach, ta młodzież i
Memory
narkotyki.
strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this
Unique
is part of the
flaski.
whole drop less but better. It's just
Po
that it
wartości.
comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through, and you know, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we're now trying to make it better. But
To Wine of
and I
Prophet,
understand that
tak?
it's, like, you know, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end
Że
of the endgame is
Divination
when the
buffa
stuff
daje na
starts
20
happening.
sekund? Ponad 30
But yeah, I mean,
divinów kosztuje.
I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another, and you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like, you know, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was
you
having
know.
a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but
Dobre.
we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that, because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit
like I
weird
understand
and
it's
complicated about it that
it
I
is
don't
a,
quite
like,
know how to achieve.
tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just, for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, oh man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things,
average.
and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory
Przecież masz
strand
historię
changes was like,
sprzedaży.
well, what if we just, you know how the
No
drop
mówię,
conversion
jest
stuff
flaszka
usually
za
happens,
30
like, what if we do
divinów.
some drop conversion thing where
Daje
sometimes rares will drop way fewer
divine
rares,
buffa
but
na
they'll drop
20
super
sekund.
memory strand heavy
Czyli
items,
randomowy
and it'll drop
modifier
few of them.
1.
And like that sort of thing, it is definitely on our minds.
Takiego z
I will
kart,
say
tak
one of the
jakby,
things
jakie
that
są
contributes to
modifiery.
this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the
I ona
strength
kosztuje
of the
30
root
divinów.
tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
To make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm
yeah.
curious
So
to see what
again,
that would look like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident. Sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like their first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like itemization of the in-game
Ideally-
systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in,
I
right?
believe in you. you guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, you know, as the rare kind of feeds into it, and that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I
So, like,
100% want
as you
to
move
do
up
that.
tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, you know, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
Yeah,
know,
you get the
casual
cool thing
unique.
with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and you know, it's not always better, but like, you know, the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
Okay, that's good to hear.
we'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence, recombinated stuff, like part of EXILE 1 is it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So
Co to za
the question is then, like, how do you
pierścionek?
make rares
Rezysty,
compete with that
skrócenie
stuff?
działania.
Obviously, like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else.
There is probably
15 w
stuff
ciągu
that's kinda
4
hard to
sekund. No,
think
to
of
nieźle.
exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, you know, trying to make more like more meaningful tinks, I guess. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy. Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then, you know, the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky, for sure. And you know,
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various
Ale
mechanics
sypie
has been-
runami.
that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah, but I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
yeah, you always start with
Excellent.
the
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
you always start with the
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%. Yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the
Kurna.
new league that has been showcased and
Muszę sobie te
announced
słuchawki
here
kupić.
is,
Ja
a bit of a
pierdzielę, jak
spicy
mnie
and
to
interesting
uszy
one,
bolą
iterating
non-stop.
from
Ja nawet jak o tym nie
concepts
mówię,
and ideas here.
na
It seems like
streamach to i
the-
tak mnie bolą, kurwa.
The execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen maybe level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
That's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
cool.
the way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel.
Cool.
You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both on the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this?
Czyli można mieć klaster chaosowy, na przykład ósemkę na chaos, każda mała ta daje chaosowy jakiś ten, z jakimiś rzeczami pod explode chaosowy, pod coś tam, pod coś, a potem przerolować to na blok.
I love that. I'm excited about that.
And like
it's cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, you know, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, you know, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the League, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, you know, because that is a good base, but you need a good League mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, you know, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that is that's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like Best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of it was a thing where like this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like, normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore, yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on, and I actually think it's, I mean, I understand, like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of campaign-specific wishes.
Mikrofon.
Game, because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing, but they'll, you know, give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very, like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you, you know, a unique weapon or something like that. You know, things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5-link, and then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice. Do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. You know, just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all. Or
check the mechanics, check the wish, do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
a detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra, you know, monsters from the Alpharud, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't They don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like, there's just extra monsters.
Probably how you were so over-leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think I was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones. And then I'm like, oh, well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of
Coś czuję, że po tym Q&A to już
the way
Jonathana
the
nie
Mirage's
dopuszczą,
area
kurwa.
is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle is an unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map-by-map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah, another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the minimap in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
bit of well, sure.
It's,
True. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funnily weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made
it's like,
really feel
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it.
suspicious.
So
like
weird.
there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Poet in here and get the thing?
I mean,
like,
it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, and that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing it out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE 1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
The sun is rising.
yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
Awesome.
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, you know, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE 2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What, you know, I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But yeah, I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing with you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which in-game thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. You know, like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
So the reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask that because you've got this whole like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Okay, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet. Pretty wild.
At odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, you know, as gems do. Because you know, adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. You know, and so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. You know, if you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
You know, brutality is a valid support for wild strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
so don't
good.
Use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know, LE damage to the tax is also red and can go on wild strike. So, or sorry, is LE damage to the tax the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes. But regardless, like there are, you know, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels like, I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust, let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot, there's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and...
that's all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like, there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail going in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even a kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh, man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm going to...
Who came up with that?
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously,
yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity, get it. But it's that it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like, yeah.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? You're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of
we will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff, because that's people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So, but just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for Peri 1, we'll hire more, we'll give them the resources they need, whatever we need to do, we'll do it. And we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
all right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But
No właśnie, ciekawe co z tą Sejonką, czy ona ma...
because she uses stats
Czy będzie scavengerka,
right? Like we have
tak
all
jak
these
w Freshi,
I was
plus
talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like
ta dodatkowa.
you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
That's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time, because it means we can, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch,
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
A second.
Before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah, so
20 years ago.
Tylko
13
tyle.
years or something probably, yeah. So 13
Kurde,
years to get
szkoda,
a
że
second
nie second and
ascendancy,
third.
so 13 years from now, we'll get the third class.
Right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like, ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to do
you
it.
just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new Ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
That's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, because people are like, the next league gets saved, so. But you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes. It might be better for casters here, or attackers here, or summoners here, or a boss.
Yeah, for the Theory Crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that, you know, maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like, I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of playstyle, and that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested, but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like, it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, you think, then? That kind of like, I don't know, a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend, doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent.
It's good. For 329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is, instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, early game as well. At some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring or has its woes. We know the deal. So being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please no more rolling magma, kind of has been a lot of, I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, reworking some of the other skills,
Sure.
But that was something on our current, list of things, so we'll see how that goes, but reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. So there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully two. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, do you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated.
Yeah.
You're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of
like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure. Because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant. But those are still, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah, and see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, this is just one little idea for a twist on a new skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, you know, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea. Sometimes, but you know, generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area. I just want to
No właśnie,
mention or
channeled.
bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about?
Czyli jest tylko jeden channeled atak, cyklon.
We talked about a little bit in the past.
Dajcie jakiś inny channel.
Not on the current, you know, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, you know, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of. You know, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage. But like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at. Still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE 1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what, when I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, yeah. Certainly in the more traditional case, yes,
Yeah.
they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but you know, again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, you know, cold scales.
It'll be like
It's more
Archangel over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
Fire skill buff.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting to some degree. Like it's kind of like hand casting
makes
and
sense.
spells kind of come together. So you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, it'll be a package deal at some point. You know,
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like.
it's just a weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because
Yeah.
Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
Yeah, true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed, or
Yeah,
you know, maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I'll have to see
Maybe
which
some potential
one.
in there. You'll have to see. And
have
you
to
know.
see.
I honestly
And then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah. Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
Can't chat nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every
You're
one
not
of those
winning
build
anymore, it's
guides
fine.
has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments. And
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but you know, it's a gamble. That's funny. I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant level.
Chocolate on it.
Harbingers. I was going to ask about some really last stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
do you want the
Harbingers
good
being
news or
mentioned.
the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like, you know, the issue. Just
So?
Complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that.
Harbingery wyjebali?
People, but there's a little bit of you know, it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
Yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We
To
want to do it
dlatego
better,
Fracture
and there's this
Orby są
unfortunate
do
thing
core
where
dropu dodane
often,
teraz.
especially, you know, with a, you know, way we have to kind of develop things now. it's kind of has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to here, and it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous Trial of the Ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which. And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means.
There's a lot of justification.
Without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques
No.
are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool. Core
cool.
drop pool, yeah.
Alright.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It's always sucks because we just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon Orbs, with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go,
So
nice
you still have that
solution.
capability.
Good old
Oh.
Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, my baby.
So yeah, no, yeah, I yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great
win.
news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like
Yeah,
them so
but
much.
the loss-
a lot of the
the loss aversion.
Your effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures.
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
Well, and also a more grounded in gothic. Again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal,
Is it more Harbinger?
big portal thing, and
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes, look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked, and it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So.
It was definitely a little bit.
Yeah, I
From an
know.
earlier
There was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you
again, we have to
Just
be
rip the band-aid
be
from that.
brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, "Can you make the splinters stack better?" It's like, let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's
No
gone?
Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
Yeah, it is what. Look, my classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's
But,
been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was Breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls
Sure.
just get deleted. But will they sometimes
Kurde,
block movement
dookoła
skills or
biegłem.
something like that,
Tutaj
or is
było
it-
zejście. Ja
what's
pitole.
the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are. Right?
No,
And
niektóre
that's
buildy
fine.
potrzebują tych
And
ścian, no, kurwa.
there are now many tools if you don't want
Nie
to.
wszyscy
You can
grają
deal with it
jebanymi
by either
łucznikami
making
po
it easier
Afganie,
and making
kurwa.
it something you don't mind. Or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad. So
Intrusive is the word I would use. Like
Yes.
we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but
Co
we
to
also
jest,
don't want it
ko?
to be intrusive and unpleasant. So
Nie, to jest ko,
we've
to
like
jest
shrunk the
IO chyba.
encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're
LIO
damaged,
chyba.
or they destroy when they're damaged rather. We were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like
Yeah,
making
you
the
were-
radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like
Talking
that.
to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So,
no, it shouldn't be.
and another thing I think Danny you touched on there was the idea that it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league. Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like, obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us, we'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in, tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once, like Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flush breaches overlapping. That wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. Is that possible?
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around
good fun.
opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that.
The whole goal was to keep that. Right,
right, yeah.
It would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like, people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. That's just what it is. It's just that, like, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. What's Chiyula gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're gonna do Breach 3 next league. So like, how does that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
the old domains.
These are literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
they're not to your current standards, are they?
It's not what we do.
Just
anymore.
like Harbinger, they got. Get out of here.
You need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man. Well,
they're the Foulborn
Restoration
uniques.
YouTube channel.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn uniques, something you have to keep expanding on.
Yep, the new uniques, some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding, that's awesome. Yep. Great, well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons, to be clear. It's rare.
The
Nie
rare
można
equipment,
broni
rare
robić
again,
w-
So limited the pools of rare
O.
equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like the League mechanics.
Again, like that's a
Ja się
general
nastawiłem
thing
na
where,
stafy dla Cyklona
if one
pod
thing can do
Shockwave. O
everything, then why
kurde.
do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right?
Nie ma broni w drzewku.
Which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive. Or at
Ale
least
będą
waiting for
drogie
us.
bronie teraz.
If we did our due
Ajajaj,
diligence fully,
ajajaj.
then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Right,
and not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, you know, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down,
the-
yeah.
6-link
I saw the
rate
6-link
is
thing was dropped
down.
down a bit. Yeah. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Obniżyli
I think it was
częstotliwość
1 in 2
sześcielek
items to 6
w
links before,
badaniach.
which was a little bit extreme. So yeah,
It was printing
there's a
out.
balance pass as well, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Because again, it's part of that, like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew
believe
did all
so.
of the specific adjustments
okay.
for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top
yeah,
of my head.
I'm sure
This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
the problem
True story.
always the uncertainty with this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
We don't know about.
You know,
I mean,
someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now, making changes, so, you know, we can only be so certain about, you know, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but, like, you know, we're 99% sure on everything.
If I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you got to do after this too. So
Yeah.
the
Well,
idea.
you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
excellent, good. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and then some issues with difficulty and reward scaling, where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely
Well,
saw
I mean,
one, which is the
that's-
juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole.
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, you know, the Keeper's mechanic. And
cool,
those
right?
will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which
Nice.
I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every
Click them
time,
all.
I really hope you have a good build.
Yeah, so I think it
O
is
kurwa,
all
prawie
most
umarłem.
like primarily tangential changes. like
wybuchające
Atlas streams
szkielety
and systems like
pieprzone.
that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes, but not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now, so we'll see. But it should, you know, when these things go core, and now you have an Atlas tree, and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas tree and the Scarab system is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do. It's a
Yeah.
good sign.
Have stuff in my back
Wypad,
pocket.
wypad.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core end game. It's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas
Yeah.
by the way. We haven't even got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's, I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcase. Is like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like wait,
Ale
but then
damage,
you get to
34 do
explain like here's all the
170,
benefits we get from
kurna.
it. Here's, you know, here's
Mamy
the
na poziom
bloat we get to
46,
take
co ten
out, I
łuk?
like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to
To jest
achieve
baza z
these different
piekła?
goals. So, like,
Czy to koszmarówka
it
46?
simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint,
Yeah.
and also a trade standpoint.
Yeah.
You know, and from completing your Atlas standpoint, like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like three, you know, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of what was special about Kirax missions or good about Kirax missions was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
Yeah, you get to trim so much fat. Like,
It's gone,
you
by the way. There's no-
Harbinger orbs.
Yep.
You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base
after all
chisels,
these
just
years.
base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's one chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
complete your atlas,
Yes.
you have actually slightly more quantity than what Chisel would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know. You gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
25.
Well, and of course, you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got
No właśnie, Voidstone'y teraz dają jeszcze ten.
I mean, the
Kurwa, fajnie.
Egan system.
yeah,
Ale
you've got
ciekawe będzie.
and you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so there's lots of
I
like
think 7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of like it's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of, you know, more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being able to
3 clicks instead of
Yeah.
2 dozen. So.
and then being able to, you know, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run. I like to run many different maps.
I like having, you know, sort of short to mid-term goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, you know, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like,
Sure.
I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No,
We're not gonna have
there's
some,
no-
like,
there's
shape
no
of
Elder Ring
You
management.
have to make the elder eat the shape of
No.
blob, not fully.
No.
You have to make sure it stays
No,
alive in its
no.
digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. You the loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, ooh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it. No,
Especially because you can just take your map and just pod it. If you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
oh yeah,
Which
you
is
just
amazing.
have, you
That
just
was-
have the map item.
That was
You
really
go wherever you
frustrating
want,
with those
and that
map
is
systems.
also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, oh, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, you know, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Then
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your Atlas if you just care about
Ej,
the Templar
szybkie
Vault
przejście
reward.
mam z
But you get a
beka
little
na
bit less
ten.
juice if you do
Nawet
that,
na
because
farmieniu
every map
Mephisto,
that you
ciekawe.
finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you just
juicy.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value. Like, you know, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, you know, do like 2 or 3
Right,
blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that reward.
Rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And
Sort of spam the
non-annoying.
vault.
Like this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific
Level
maps
przed
and like
Mephisto.
micromanage it and it
I
was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with,
5000
it
do
has an end,
8000.
then you go
Short
again.
term sort of.
Yeah, like
goal
this is a really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay. Yeah.
That is, it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of you know, what the, I don't. There
I
will
just-
be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one
I
it'll
looked at
be.
you and saw it in the corner of my eye. Blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be. There might be a blight.
truth to every
There might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a
Demon
blight
żyj.
nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
yes. But it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn
Zdążyła.
that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a you know, often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a, you know, back-end performance thing you can do. Like, yeah, and maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, and but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a like, you know, programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you know, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible,
Yeah.
Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like Tier 17s have been pretty much, they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5
No właśnie, a jak się teraz wchodzi na
maps, and
opery?
Yeah, it was
if-
so restrictive.
If your
ultimately.
end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so
Why do you
it just
have these
feels like
100 other maps?
exactly.
Barrels.
So, yeah, sure, barrels. And so, one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on
Yes,
that.
they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps. And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what a result. Ultimately, they're still decent to run. You know, they're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the
Yeah,
boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for.
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual nightmare maps is associated with particular uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be. It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific uber boss to go and kill that specific uber boss, because you have the nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before. And so, you know.
They were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of?
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, you know, with no Kirak crafts, you know, there's chaos sinks. So,
Sure, yeah.
but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so, you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those 2 sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now based on Mark's comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
yeah.
When it comes to economies, fields over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
GCPs, the trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Kirak missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh yeah,
haven't you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident, generally. And if it isn't, would.
The point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things have these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory.
Niedługo se wezmę Hefasta z koszmaru,
Memory thread strand.
ale on będzie
fragment.
dużo mocniejszy chyba od tego z normalu.
There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
the memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana,
This is a problem.
or to follow Zana, the memory lines things. Those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no, yeah.
Buy them,
Śmiertna
sell them,
maska?
farm a specific one. You
Awesome.
can,
And
Just
it's,
better.
that means it's also not like,
Czad.
because this whole thing was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated
Czwarty
half
akt
the
na
time.
koszmarze.
And it was, like, separate map device.
Yeah,
and
it's-
guy.
To jest to, o czym
It feels
myślę.
more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just it's
Yeah.
a thing.
It's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one, then we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question.
Jeden
I'm
do
sorry, everyone,
wszystkich
just block your ears for a
umiejętności,
second.
tak jak u mnie.
One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought
Oprócz
was
tego
actually
ja mam
intriguing.
tylko
I thought I'd ask now.
błyskawice.
So in Ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was
Kurde,
surprised
nie
to
bije
learn
ogniem.
off. Is that
Szybkość
Have to be
rzucania
like that?
czarów byłaby fajna,
it's-
bo...
The idea
właśnie,
was if
zmienia
that,
się mi ten już.
you know, with Ruthless, really what a lot of what Ruthless is it's meant to mean that you don't have the
6
whole
do many za
many
każdego
items on the ground that
zabitego.
don't really matter.
Yeah, that was the vision.
220
And so the idea was like,
obrony.
if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said, I don't think that those two, like, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it.
Ale
and
jaja.
the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that
answer. You
regard,
don't need that answer
then
then, right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve, the formatting, highlighting, what's escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels, yeah.
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly, it is a philosophy I've changed. Like,
Nice.
I might have even been me that said, no filters and Ruthless, I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it, and I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not Ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault, so you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There was a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where. It was honestly weird when you had a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you, in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly.
Yeah.
For both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, and then the other game will get it is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Great, yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our responsibility.
That's their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered
We'd
yet.
have to look into that.
I'm not
be
against
now.
it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go. It's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328, but that is a very good question.
Cool. It has been seed. The seed has been
Yeah,
planted.
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types? Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're picking up. It's part of the gameplay, I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force, and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool, like, animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say, I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. Since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. There are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure.
Yeah.
I'll bring. You come upstairs and bring it up,
Okay.
and then we'll see where it goes. And then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
I'm
and
just
let's see
trying
where
to
we go.
get a little tiny, just a little foot in the door here, maybe. Just like plant the seed, maybe. Just
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
No, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and
will.
we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen.
I don't want to ruin your hopes, but yeah, I'd say low. But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
Gonna do it again? Yes, you are doing it again.
You are doing it again. This is not choice.
You're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch. Be back next time for bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just keep doing that every time until half the company is here.
Yeah.
It really, yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it, everyone.
No dobra. 25 minut do patch notesów. Kurde, tu tak level tak leci tutaj? Fasto z mocą.
Dźwigam za dużo.
Nie, to jest święty ogień.
Dobry wieczór.
Emilio 60, ja 61.
Witaj.
No, kuźnia na koszmarze. Co on mi może dać?
To niemożliwe.
Fala. Fale. Kurde. Chyba git. Ten miał przekleństwo, skubany, właśnie takiego hefasa muszę dorwać z przekleństwem.
Czego ci potrzeba? Gra...
A, pierścionek był. Fal. 3 do many. 2 do many. Kurna, ale u siebie mam olbrzymie odporności na ogień. Dodatkowo. Dobra. Szukamy Mephisto. Hefasto, kurwa. Którędy bliżej do kuźni? Chyba tędy. Zaklęta aura. Kurwa, taką samą ma? A może mogę ja się tutaj tepnąć? To niezły skrót. To pasto ma... No dobra, zaklęte zimno jest fajne, ale... Ja potrzebuję przekleństwa, żeby ściągał odporności na physical, kurwa, damage. Reset. GGG, dawać patch notesy, dawać patch notesy, dawać patch notesy. To jest mocne, że ja stąd się mogę tam tepnąć, kurwa. Teleportacja z fanatyzmem. Nie. Ewasto, musisz mieć przekleństwo. Wyjątkowa szybkość, zakręta aura. A mój co ma? Kamienną skórę.
Dźwigam za dużo.
Twa dusza zasili piekielną kuźnię.
No thanks.
Zostań na chwilę i posłuchaj. Pozdrawiam cię.
Nie, myślałem, że może coś dla mnie będzie. Kurna. 22 do 60, chłopie. Chłopie.
Pozdrawiam cię.
To niemożliwe.
Aha. Okej. O, chyba ma fanatyzm Hefasto i spalanie many. Ej, no kurwa, na 90% jestem pewny, że on może mieć przekleństwo przecież to. Ale na tyle prób ani razu nie miał żaden? O, ten ma przekleństwo na przykład. Nie, no to mogą mieć normalnie. Wyjątkowa siła. Nope. Ten też ma przekleństwo. Kurwa.
Dzielną kuźnię.
Kolejny z przekleństwem, kurwa, tylko nie Hefasto, no. Skóra w niego uderzenie. No mogliby dać te patchnocy 5 minut szybciej, no. Hefasto, spalanie many. Nope. Kurde, ale że ja na koszmarze 4. akt na Players 5, kurwa gole. No kurwa, odporność na magię. Czemu nie mogę tego przekleństwa trafić w tym, kurde? Jego pulu. Aha. To widzę, to są 2 osobne spowolnienia.
Twa dusza zasili piekielną kuźnię.
Dźwigam za dużo.
Zaklęte zimno. No dobra. Są patch notes. New content. Coin Power koruptuje 20-levelowe T. Dodali tyle nowych. To w miarę tak jak za każdym razem. To co na początku opowiadają, to jest po prostu wypisane. Charge dash of projection channel to project an illusion. Kurde, ale te nowe skille. Divine Blast. Beam of Holy Light from your shield. A to nie było to Retaliation skill, kurde? Holy Hammer slam the ground ahead of you. Wymaga macy lub staffa. Holy Strike, infuse your weapon with Holy Energy and swing. nietrafialne miniony, które atakują wroga, którego targetujesz Holy Strike'iem. Shield of Light, a nie, to jest Reta Light. Ty, to było co innego. Deep Project, a beam of Holy Light from your shield to target location, casting implosion of Holy Energy. A, po chwili, to był ten, co mówiłem, o, że z delayem. Shockwave totem w Authority, no to że fala Shockwave'a wylatuje z ciebie, nie z totema. No to jest praktycznie powoduje, że nie trzeba ringa używać. Zwalnia wam slota na ring, bo do tej pory trzeba było używać ringa, który się nazywał Projection, Ancestral Projection chyba? Flamethrower Trap of Stability. Throws a trap that release number of flames in different directions around. Tylko normalnie Flamethrower Trap jest chyba na użycia, na cooldowny. Ciekawe, czy on też... Kinetic Volley Side of Detonation. O! Wave your wand to create multiple hovering kinetic projectiles. After short duration, the projectiles explode, dealing area damage. Using this attack again will reset duration of... Sojusz, ta... Orb of... Nie, Shock Nova Procession. Ring of Lightning around you, followed by larger Lightning Nova. To chyba to, co pokazane w filmiku, te takie pierścienie szoknowe, takie lecące do przodu. Siphoning Trap. A to już jest supported game. Blessed Call Support. Supports Warcry Skills. O, Consecrate Ground robił Warcry'e. I Warcry ma zmniejszony area of effect i cooldown recovery rate. Excommunicate. Można kogoś ekskomunikować. Supportuje melee ataki. Causing them to gain % of physical damage as extra fire and lightning damage. And excommunicate enemies on melee hit. A co znaczy excommunicate? Minion skille biorą twojego base crita, to tak. Hollow. Supports melee attacks you use yourself, causing them to inflict Hollowing Flame on melee hit. Tylko co to jest Hollowing Flame? Hollowing Flame, Hollowing Flame. Hollow Support. Inflict Hallowing Flame, to od Guardianowi dodali, tylko czym jest Hallowing Flame? This weapon inflict Hallowing Flame. Hollow Support, ale co to jest Hallowing Flame? Dziesięć nowych runecraftów, 13 nowych uników, 8 nowych divination cardów. Exotic Substance Currency będzie podzielony na Atlas i na Ligę. Endgame Change. To co tłumaczyli na filmiku. Czyli regiony, 4 regiony, tak? Będzie region Itera, Exarcha, Shapera i Itera, bo Atlas jest na 4 podzielone. Favorite map system has been removed. Completing each nightmare map. Tier 17. Teraz są nightmare mapami. Uberbossy wymagają teraz 4 wejściówek, nie 5. All Maven Invitation, Arno. Kira, Gradenasy. Sacrifice the Mortal Fragments no longer be used. Eldern, Guardian, Shaper i Conqueror Map zawsze są generowani na tier 16, czyli już nie ma tier 14 Guardianów. Okej, Blessed Orby mogą rolować te mapy, to co mówili w Q&A. Scouting reporty nie są więcej dostępne. Cizele. Okej. Skaraby. Nie, to takie rzeczy to kurwa mi się nawet nie chce wczytywać. Jakieś zmiany w tych skarabach. Kalgurian skarab. Do Atlasu wróciły mapy Shrine, Ungal Hollow, Pen, Carcass, Lair, Bog, Terrace, Siege, Dungeon, Relic Chambersy, Cold Rivery, Cold Ruinsy, Wharf, to tam gdzie chyba z krabem się na koniec walczy. No to jest w miarę fajna mapa. Tylko boss do dupy, bo z fazami. Spider, Lair, Courthouse, Graveyard Gardens, Haunted Mansion. A ref zresztą też jest na kraba. Tak mi się wydaje. Nie, to któryś ma ten. To któryś z nich to jest chyba Merveil. A usunięto Arachnid Nesta, Colosseum, Waste Pulsy, Tiketa, Academy, Invested Valley. Kurwa, to jest fajna mapa. Celsy wyjebali to dobrze, bo to same kurwa tylko drzwiczki i kraty. Deserta, Bon Krypty, Toxic Sewera wyjebali, szkoda. Shora wyjebali, szkoda. Ej, no to co? Kurwa, jaką fajną mapę przywrócili? Jezu, nie było ich parę miesięcy, nie pamiętam już dokładnie. Następujące modifiery nie mogą być rolowane na mapie. Players i miniony nie zadają obrażeń przez 3 sekundy co 10 sekund. To był kurwa idiotyzm w ogóle. Aria ma Petrification Status, ok. Nie może być zredukowany action speed gracza, dlatego tier 17 można było robić tylko maruderami, którzy forbiddenami kradną sobie notkę kurwa z Juggernauta o action speedzie, albo tylko tricksterzy kurwa na tier 17, którzy też nie mieli kurwa action speed redukowanego. No. Taka to robota była. To teraz każdą postacią będzie można w miarę gładko ten... Będziesz napierdalał defilet katedrala? Oni wyjebali go? Nie, chyba nie. Player, miniony mają mniej atak. No dobra. Atlas Passive 3 Changes. Atlas, który dawał, że Life Force jest zmieniany na crop. Ma 250%, wcześniej 150%. A OR teraz ma 10% zamiast 15%. Czyli znerfili ORA. Czy po to? Bo teraz wysyłanie statków, kurwa, na currency bierze ORA, a nie kurwa kropy. Valsaidarie, bestie, blind. The Sulfit Infusion teraz daje 400 sulfitu za skompletowanie białej mapy, a wcześniej dawał 200. 700 za żółtą mapę, wcześniej dawał 350. Czemu tak olbrzymi buff do sulfitu? 1000 sulfitu za skompletowanie mapy zamiast 500. Teraz sulfit veinsów i chestów daje 6% zamiast... Ciekawe. Grail of the Godness, Red Beasty, Valsaidarie, Heist kontrakty. Okej. Keepers of the Flame. Drzewo nie rodzi już broni. To jest ciekawa zmiana, kurde. No dobra, no to te Fallborny. O! Hands of Thousand Motion znerfili. 3% accuracy zamiast 5. No ale to i tak będzie powodowało, że będziesz robił builda na miliardy obrażeń. To nie jest duży nerw. Bridge'a flickerem też może mi się przyjemnie robić? No pewnie. The Red Dream, Fire Resist teraz daje maksimum życie 50%, nie 75%, maksimum na 70, nie 100. Energy Shield, nie z 75, nie ze 100. Ej, nie ruszyli w ogóle tego Fallborn. Fallborn, Radfield Globe'a nie ruszyli. Ciekawe. Harbingery usunięte jako Core League. Okej, no to po prostu wszystkie podmianki, że Harbingerów nie ma, kurwa, wiemy. King's March ma nowego trade roota Mota Aro, mieścinka. Port. Shipowanie rudy i sztabek teraz daje currency itemy, a kropsy dają equipment itemy. Kurwa, a ja się nastawiłem na te kropsy, że wyślę 50-milionowy statek, żeby dostać mirror shardy, kurwa. I zmienili to na ory i barsy. Maperzy nie mogą więcej przynosić klaster jeweli powyżej levela 8.3. Bestiary, Betrayal, Delph, Sulfit Scarab no longer has map owner gains more sulfitu. Amount of sulfit gained from sulfit veins and chasing maps has been increased. To nie dość, że ogólnie zwiększyli, to jeszcze w Atlasie z 3% powiększyli na 6%. Kingser się wydaje, że trochę do worka się nadaje. No właśnie zrobili ich. Mini Mike nie sprzedaje więcej Cluster Jeweli i Abyssal Jeweli u siebie w sklepie. Do ultimatum dodali modifier, który zabrania graczowi blokować. Aha. Zmiany u gracza. Templar teraz budzi się na Twilight Strandzie. Templar zaczyna grę z Holy Strike'iem, a z czym zaczynał do tej pory? Z tym... Z lodowym, kurwa, z Ice Strike'iem? Jak on się nazywa, ten lodowy? Templar zaczyna z Holy Strike'iem na plaży. Holy Strike. Twoja broń jest naładowana magiczną energią. Udane trafianie wrogów. Samonuje... Aha, to te cztery bronie dodatkowe. I z tym zaczyna Templar. I z Hollow Supportem. Hollow. Support melee attack i can use yourself, causing them to inflict Hallowing Flame. Tylko nie wiemy, co to jest Hallowing Flame. Do tej pory nie doczytałem. Nie znalazłem. Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame on hit. Nie wiadomo, co jest Hallowing Flame, kurwa. Muszą pokazać support jako ten. Totem Placement Speed Teraz skaluje się. Aha. Czyli range, atak, totemy, czyli co, balisty na przykład? Teraz mają base placement speed pół sekundy, a wcześniej mieli 0,35. Czyli nerf balist, tak? Channeling spells, lightning tendrils of escalation and blight will now channel enemies from farther away when used by totems. A to takiej opcji nie używałem. O kurwa, inteligencja teraz daje increase maximum energy shield per 10 inta, a wcześniej 5. Nerfił energy shielda, ale... No, najbardziej to int stackerów po prostu. Ludzie robili po 3, po 4, po 4,5 tysiąca inteligencji, no to wtedy ma to duże znaczenie. O, zmiany w skillach. Uwaga. The Holy Slam used by Herald of Purity and Dimension Blow. Teraz ma 32% more area of effect więcej. No to 1/3 więcej. Większy, bo jest more. Nie, że increase, tylko more. Absolution and Absolution of Inspiring. Teraz mają debuffa 3 sekund zamiast jednej. I miniony mają durację 15 sekund, nie 10. Sentinel of Absolution ma 40% more area of effect. A jego Blast, Lightning Blast bije 40% more damage'a. Anime Guardian of Smiting nigdy nie grałem. Charge, Dash, nigdy ten. Concentrate Path. Teraz ma 470 effective damage'a z 417 na 470. I więcej damage'a bliskim targetom o 5% more. Detonate Dead of Scavenging, less damage with ailments 70, previously 60. No jeden build znam na Cast When Stone. Ci farmerzy ultimatum, no ale to nie jest wielka zmiana jakaś. Dominating Blow 3 sekundy trwa zamiast ten, a sam Sentinel ma 30 sekund dorośnie zamiast 20. Earth Shatter, znerfiony pewnie, tak? Efektywne Outdeath Damage 160 na 330, a wcześniej miał 170 na 400 praktycznie. Earth Shatter ponerfiony. Energy Blade nerfią. Energy Blade Quality now provides grants increase attack speed, replacing buff grants more maximum energy shield. Czyli Energy Blade będzie odbierał więcej Energy Shielda. Czyli używając Energy Blade'a będziemy mieli mniej Energy Shielda. 5% more tracimy. Lekki nerfik. Holy Flame Totem teraz strzela od 3 do 6 projectili na różnych levelach, a wcześniej miał tylko 3 projectile na wszystkich levelach. I nie jest dłużej AoE gemem. Holy Flame Total of Air to nawet nigdy nie używałem. Orb of Storm teraz może być supportowany przez Spelecho. Pinance Brand. O. Bije 10% more damage'a na wszystkich gem levelach. Teraz ma efektywnie za damage 630% z 570. No longer 30% less damage with ailments. Ej, no to teraz Pinance Brand. Ej, znowu się staje zajebistym skillem pod Ignite. Jeden wielki wybuch na Ignite i nie ma kary do ailmentów. Pinance Bravo w Conduction. O kurwa, niżej jest Dissipation. O. Tego nawet nie pamiętam, co on dawał. Dobra, ten jest najważniejszy. Nasz ukochany Disik. Teraz aktywuje się co sekundę, wcześniej co 0,75. I teraz każdy puls bije 20% damage'a zamiast 30%. Czyli jak zwykle, zamiast znerfić, to robią kurwa w tym przypadku podwójny nerf. Wcześniej jak on dostawał 30 energii, 30 mor razy 20, razy 19, bo po pierwszym pulsie on może mieć maksimum 20 pulsów. 570 mor bił. Teraz będzie bił 570 mor. 380 mor damage'a. To jest o 190, o 200% mniej mora. I aktywuje się co sekundę, a nie co 75, czyli... O kurwa. Czyli wcześniej w 5 sekund zyskiwaliście praktycznie 7 tych, a teraz tylko 5 stage'y. W 5 sekund 5 stage'y. Wcześniej w 5 sekund 7 stage'y. O kurwa. No nie powiem, no był kurwa cholernie mocny, ale no też... To jest chyba za duży nerf, kurwa. Tym bardziej, że oni go nerfili z 4 ligi temu. Purifying Flame. Zmniejszyli mu mana koszt. Spektry. Teraz level 30 Rise Spectra. Ma Monstera 85, a nie 81. Static Strike. Teraz ma Zap Range'a 2,5 metra zamiast 2 i Base Duration 4 sekundy zamiast 3. O kurwa, jeszcze lepiej można skalować teraz go. I teraz Beam bije 30% mniej damage'a, wcześniej bił 40% mniej damage'a. Stormbrand. Teraz bije 3 do 10 lightning damage'a. Na pierwszym levelu, wcześniej 3,8 i skaluje się do 150 do 450, a wcześniej skalował do 270. Ale kurwa, ale buff Stormbranda. Effectiveness ma teraz maksymalnie 55, a wcześniej miał 30 na wszystkich. I teraz bije 80% more damage with hits against branded enemies na wszystkich levelach. Aha, a wcześniej miał... No to tak kurde... Sweep teraz to Holy Sweep. Viper Strike of the Mamba. Oho, uwaga. Teraz ma mniej atak speeda i w dual wending. I bije 20% mniej damage'a. I teraz ma, że nie może infliktować wielu poisonów jednym hitem. Wind Scatter Orb, Projectile Speed Modifier, now affect time it's taken to projectiles to impact the ground. All Awakened supporty nie mogą być więcej zdobywane. Poza Awakened Empower, Awakened Enlighten i Awakened... Auto Exertion ma teraz zwiększony mana reservation. Czyli za każdego Warcry'a 20% zamiast 15%. I znerfili Overexer, aha. 10% zamiast 18% za każdego. Chieftain, Hinekora, Death Fury Notable. Teraz ma 10% szansy. Upierdolili Chieftaina. Wybuch bije tylko połowę damage'a teraz. O kurwa. O kurwa, ciekawe co Pox na to. Będzie się prokował częściej, ale bije połowę damage'a. Przecież on i tak się prokował co paczkę. W jaką paczkę mobów nie wbiegłeś, ja wybuchałem przecież, kurwa. W sensie moby wybuchały. I tak w każdej paczce wybuchały. Co z tego, że zbuffowali 10%? Ja pierdolę, jakby zrobili tutaj 400, kurwa, czy coś, no nie wiem. No chuj, o połowę. Guardian Sentinel of Radiance no longer has duration. Czekaj, on miał duration? Sentinel of Radiance? Czekaj. No ale gdzie on ma? Co? The Guardian Sentinel of Radiant Minions no longer has a duration. Teraz jest permanentnym minionem. No i ma 36 more movement speeda. No i zwróć uwagę, że Sentinel wciąż nie przechodzi między areami, ale przecież on nie miał żadnego duration. Czy miał? Kurwa, no jak? Effect the grants random shrine buff. Teraz gwarantuje Greater Shocking, Freezing and Skeletal Shrine'a. Zamiast regularne wersje tych shrine'ów. Time of need notable. Every for second remove curse and ailments from you. A, usuwa cursa and ailmenty, a wcześniej usuwał kersy i elemental ailmenty, czyli teraz na przykład bleeding usuwa. Wcześniej nie usuwał bleedingu, bo bleeding nie jest elemental ailmentem. To ciekawe. Guardian ma teraz dodatkowe 2 punkty ascendencji. Marshal of Divinity. On daje Inflict Hallowing Flame on melee hit. Dalej nie wiemy, co to jest Hallowing Flame. You can inflict +1 Hallowing Flame on enemies. And gain physical as extra lightning for each Hallowing Flames that have been removed by an allied hit recently. Assassin. Damage cannot be reflected. Previously, damage from critical strikes cannot be reflected. Aha, no to lekki buffik, taka tam pierdółka. Saboter. Teraz ma 30% mniej damage'a z strygowanych skilli, a miał 35% mniej. Like Clockwork Notable. Teraz ma 5% increase cooldown recover, ale wcześniej miał 40%. I teraz ma Calculated Risk. Damage of enemy hitting you is unlucky. Elementalistka. No longer ma 50% increase effect of buffs granted by your golems. Się kurwa nagrali golemami. Się kurwa nagrali golemami. Połowę efektu golemów wyjebali. Mocne, 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 kurwa. Się nagrało towarzystwo. Bloodline, Ascendancję. Aul. Ujebali twój build z poprzedniej ligi? No nie ujebali, ale masz mniej buffów z golemów, no. Ty wiesz, co znaczy ujebać build, kurwa? Okay, now grants respective aura effect while you have minimum frenzy, endurance or power charge. Previously no. Nie wiem, nigdy nie użyłem tego aula. Nawet nie wiem, jak on oryginalnie był tamten. Bridge Lord. If intelligence is your single highest attribute, all added damage is treated as added lightning damage. If dexterity jest najwyższy, każdy added damage jest traktowany jako cold damage. Katarina. Miniony biją 20% więcej damage. Na low life wcześniej biły 15. The Misty Reflection Skill. Base duration 3 sekundy zamiast 2 i teraz daje. Nie pamiętam, który to jest. Kurwa, nie używałem za dużo tych. O, Tigersów używałem, uwaga. 50% jest maximum life, but deals significantly more damage. No dobra, Lisia. Teraz konwertuje 67% w 6-7, hehe. Fire, Cold and Lightning to Chaos Damage. Wcześniej tylko połowę damage'u konwertował, okej. tu ten na te wardy. Kurwa, nie grałem tymi wardami, nie wiem, chuj tam chodzi. Ward Shatter daje jakieś volatile, bla 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 bla. Oshabi. Increase marksy zamiast coś tam, to. Passive skill tree chant. Add that 2 new cluster to the west of the Templar starting area. One granting accuracy and effect of concentrated ground. The other granting accuracy and attack area of effect. Added new protection mastery that provide 50% of damage from your hits cannot be reflected, replacing the mastery that granted. O! Protection Mastery. Które to jest Protection Mastery? Mana, Wand. A to... A, i zamiast reduce effect of withered on you, teraz będziesz miał 50... Ej, czyli dzięki... Czyli dzięki temu i... Jeszcze jedna masterka dawała... I tu masz kolejne 50%. A, tu jest skoro reduce elemental. No ale tak grasz elementalem, to nagle dzięki temu i temu... Masz załatwiony... Reflekt. Defiled Force no longer refreshes duration of Ignite on enemy occurs. Dobra, kurwa, zajebali tego custom stuna całego. Nie dość, że damage z wybuchu z 500% na 250, to jeszcze nie możesz przedłużać Ignite'a w nieskończoność, kurwa, rzucając kolejne kersy. Wyjebali mu bolid, kurwa, z planszy. To jest ujebanie bolidu, stary. To jest ujebanie bolidu. Wyjebali go po prostu. Wszystkie pionki z planszy, kurwa. To on ma streama teraz? Bardzo przeżywa? Gdzie ten Miracles?
Lekki.
Chciałem piżama włączyć jakiegoś wieśniaka z Polski, kurwa. Ja tylko z zagranicznych tych oglądam.
It says it forever. Will be possible? It is not a big issue for late game, but it is an issue for early game. Fast ignite damage? No, that's bad now. Fast ignites, well, it depends.
Wycięte ma normalnie wszystkie te, kurwa. Powycinał seramki z wszystkimi, kurwa, tymi. Nieźle. Fire Mastery, który dawał 50% chance to refresh Ignite Duration Critical Strike, has been replaced with Mastery granting 12% Fire Damage Overtime Multiplier. 12% Fire Damage Overtime Multiplier. Nie increase. No to RF zyskał 12% more damage'a właśnie. Bino. To co wczoraj wrzucali. The Blood Notch. Teraz tylko 20 do 30%. 30% zamiast 60. Kurwa, on doszedł do tej linijki już. No nie, chłop dostał 4. nerfem w mordę. O kurwa. Shaper stacze ruszyli. O. Plus w accuracy rating per 2 intelligence. Previously plus 4 accuracy. Okej. Lekki nerfik Shaper staczów. Czemu ma to służyć? Po co to? No dobra, czyli nie zmienili... Okej, nie zmienili tego toporka, który jest ephemeral edge'em dla życia, tak jakby. Już nie pamiętam nazwy, kurwa. Currency itemy teraz będą miały znacząco większą porcję dropionych itemów, to będzie currency itemy. Zmiana ta nie dotyczy scrolli of wisdom, portali scrolli i tak dalej. Kolejny nerf na kurwa mambę. Mówiłem? Kurwa mówiłem? Na którym to było streamie, jak opowiadałem o tych nerfach PoE? Jak robią? To już jest kurwa trzeci nerf na mambę. Mamba sama w sobie, coś tam z poisonem było i teraz jeszcze klastery na mambę znerfili kurwa. Z 300% na 200%. Grałeś 6 klasterów kurwa, 600% less damage'a kurwa bijesz. Zamiast 600% more, masz 600% less teraz na mambie. Wszystkie esencje mają teraz staki 10 zamiast 9. No, w sumie dziwne to było, że miały 9. Zmiany w Rutlesie. Zmiany w questach. Holy Strike teraz może być kupowany od Nessy przez Sajonkę zaraz po wejściu do miasta. Hollow Support teraz może być kupowany od Nessy przez Templara zaraz po wejściu do miasta, a także przez Marudera, Witchkę i Sajonkę po wykonaniu Mercy Mission. Czyli to jest ta pierwsza chyba z tymi kurwa 3 glifami. Elemental Proliferation Support is now offered to Templar by Nessa. A bo on wcześniej był... zaczynało się z tym supportem. Dobra, to też żadna zmiana. Shield of Light is now offered by Templar for completing Intruders in Black. Ej, chciałbym zobaczyć, czy on ma taki sam damage jak Spectral Shield Throw, Shield Strike i tak dalej, czyli per armor na shieldzie. Ciekawe, kiedy pokażą gemę. Divine Blast na offered Templarowi po Sever of the Right Hand i może być kupowane z Clarisy, czyli w trzecim akcie. To w trzecim akcie i ekskomunikacja w trzecim akcie. To tu nic nie widzę w tych. Sfiksowano bugi. Nie wiem, czy kurde podejrzewam, że coś tu jest ukryte, ale nie chcę mi się tego czytać wszystkiego. To w jakichś podsumowaniach na jakimś reddycie już se sprawdzę, kurde. Ja pierdolę. Kurna, patrzcie, miałem nosa. Chciałem zmieniać starter, kurwa, z Chieftaina na coś innego. No i Chieftain, kurna. Duży nerw na walkach z bossami. Jak wcześniej ci wybuchła paczka i na przykład zadała 7 milionów obrażeń, to teraz jak ta paczka wybuchnie, to zada 3,5 miliona. No to kurde. Będą tu skille pokazane. Ground Slam. Ej, coś ich mają. Coś ich jest tutaj. Holy Hammers. To było to pierwsze, co pokazali. Slam the ground, tak. Na 20 levelu Effectiveness of added damage 220%. Perforate ma 600 chyba, kurwa. I też jest slamem. I podejrzewam, że clear uderzenia przy dużej arii ma podobny, kurwa, do tego. %50 fizykala konwertowanego do lightninga. 20% more damage'a, jeśli zużyje power charge'a. First hammer in each cascade deals 100% more damage. Aha, okej. Okej. I 2 dodatkowe Holy Hammersy, jeśli zużyje Power Charge. Divine Blast. O, to z tego shielda. Tak. 0 do... Co? Lose 1% offhand critical strike chance per 10 maximum energy shield. Będą drogie te vigilance, te tarcze takie, co teraz ten... I 2 do 5 physical damage per 15 armor. Shield Crash. To jest gem pokazany na 20 level. Trzy do 5 per 15. Physical converted to fire. Eksplozja. O, to. Base duration, czyli trzeba by grać less effect duration, żeby wybuch po tarczy, na przykład instantowo, żeby wybuchało. Czyli nie jeb, tylko od razu puch. Shield Crash ma. 8 do 12 physicala per armor or evasion. I 300 do 450 base'a offhanda. A ten ma tylko 3 do 5 physicala per armor. I base'a ma tylko 170 do 250. A ten ma 300 do 450. Kurwa. Ej, szczerze, nie wiem. No bo tego offhand criticala i tak załatwiasz sobie jednym jewelem za 5 chaosów. Znaczy, no teraz to możesz stakować dodatkowo, no ale to co zrobisz? Powyżej 100% crit chance'a i tak nie wiedziesz. No ciekawe. Holy Sweep, efektywny za damage'a 440, physical damage converted to lightning. Co to za support? 1 do level wszystkich supportów i 12% do quality wszystkich supportów. Blood Soaked Banner Support. Supported banners inflict corrupted blood every second to enemies within their area. Corrupted blood infliktuje 26 base physical damage per second per valor consumed. A ile tego valora można mieć? 100? Co z tym quality na mapkach? Jak to teraz działa? Jakim quality, kurwa? Cover enemy in frost. No ale masz Maven Chisele. Jak się pisze, kurwa, Chisel? No to masz wszystko napisane, no. Efekt jest zasunięty. Chisel zawsze dodaje 20% quality do mapy. Maven Chiseli używasz. Mapa ma 20% szans, że będzie zinfluencowana Shaperem albo Elderem. Tier od 1 do 15 mapy wypadające są zmieniane na złoto. A tier 16 wypadające mają 4%, 0,4% szansy, żeby stać się nightmare mapami. Cztery za Socketed Voidstone, no to 1,6 łącznie szansy, tak? No dobra, coś tu można jeszcze sobie podświetlić. Kenis Mana Flask. To już czytałem. Fractured Atlas. Tu nie można nic podświetlić. To są jakieś... To czytałem. To czytałem. Tyle. Tyle. No nic, to... Trzeba kończyć i... zobaczyć kogoś mądrzejszego, kto czyta te patch notesy niż ja. I kogoś, kto chce się wczytywać w te wszystkie, kurwa, fiksy, chociażby, bo mi się nie chce w to wczytywać, kurwa. A czasem w tych fiksach na dole są rzeczy, które, kurwa, całkowicie potrafią wyłożyć bolid albo ożywić jakiś bolid, więc, kurwa. Tyle. Czekam sobie do jutra na jakieś filmy. No. To filmy ja też będę oglądał. Dobra, syknie. 4,5 godziny streama. Głodny, siku, kurwa, w ogóle. Elo.